wide out. That third man region, I noticed that Jimmy Anderson was not thinking.
Broody looking clouds overhead. Some lighter, the dark stuff is higher actually. Anderson bowls short, Rizwan's played that beautifully off the back foot, not a good ball, has some width as well. And this one's absolutely picked the gap. Moves to 71.
Well, it's so many innings this, Abbas, because conditions are so in favour of the ball. Rory's shot is short, but it's the way that he just lets it get to him. And he just uses that bottom hand just to kind of give it a bit of oomph. Wonderful timing. Opens the blade as well to find the gap.
Anderson again moves in bowls and that's punched away by Rizwan. Down to mid-on. So 20 minutes gone and no interruptions so far, at least, and his old swing.
Rizwan's inning 71 now is the joint 5th highest by a Pakistan wicketkeeper in England. Just 9 50-plus scores by Pakistan wicketkeepers in England. This is their 55th test in this country.
Isha's looking anxious. A good right, Isha's. Thomas Shafiq says we're okay for now. It's a bit giving on the radar, though, I think. Anyway, here goes Anderson again over the wicket. Bowls, and that's pushed away for the single they wanted. Well, I think Ruthless said, come on. I'll put the man there in the last over. Now Anderson will have one delivery.
But you've got to say that, because with 2 balls to go in the over, England must be concerned about the runs, because you just bring square leg up for the last 2 balls to save that single. And if it hits a 4, that's kind of null and void. You just want to be making sure that you're bowling.
That's a good point.
To Naseem Shah, the next over. He's now got 1 ball to bowl to Naseem Shah.
And he's on his way. Shah's waiting for him. Back raised optimistically. Anderson bowls to him. He's tucked it. A beautiful stroke. Tucked it down the fine leg and he's been denied a run. And that, I tell you, there's nothing crueler for number 11 than play a lovely little shot like that and not to get anything for it. 2:36 for 9. He's coming up for a chat with Rizwan, who's played really well again this morning. 72 not out. That's my 20 minutes completed, Michael. And after some thoughts from you, Isha Goer's coming in here.
And did you have any stats on how many runs Tailenders would have got in times like this? Well, clearly Naseem Shah should be on 2 now.
I mean, it seems unfair, doesn't it? In baseball, they have earned runs and unearned runs. Maybe cricket needs a metric for spurned runs.
Number 11s that had their runs stolen off them because they have to stay down the non-strikers end.
Pakistan have added 60 for the last 2 wickets.
Here comes Stuart Broad then, on from the pavilion end. Rizwan inside edge out to deep square. Naseem Shah is halfway down the track, he's sent back. As deep square runs in to collect the ball. Well, he was keen to get on strike there, Naseem Shah. Yeah, he talked about number 11s. I wonder how many Jack Leach would have scored in that innings last year if he'd have taken all the singles.
Oh, he got like 100 at Lords, didn't he?
Yeah, he did, against Ireland. Promoted up the order. There must be a few stories like that, Andy, of like Watchman coming up the order and scoring big runs as Broad bowls again to Rizwan. It's gone high in the air and it will be caught at cover, in fact. He looked to whip it leg side and it was a comfortable catch. It was hanging in there up against the backdrop of the clouds. Zach Crawley takes it easily and Rizwan will go for 72. Pakistan all out for 236. So England will be happy with that. They were able to extract that final wicket relatively quickly and wasn't the best of deliveries. In fact, it was angled down the leg side. It hit the seam, came back in, and Rizwan looking to turn it off a length, catches the top edge, and it balloons up. So Dom Sibley disappearing up the purple stairs into the dressing room, and
there's movement down to our left. Each you just see that the digital advertising boards are being pushed to one side to get the hover cover low. You could actually see Tom Sibley and Rory Burns when they were running off. They were looking to the left, and there is a big dark cloud just over the back of the golf course, over the Colt ground, cricket ground. So not only do the England Open have to think about this picture to get out of and the movement, you know, that on and off kind of mentality is such a difficult one to deal with. He's gone for the heavy roller as well.
Yeah, you can hear it coming onto the ground now. So England in that innings, 3 for 60 for James Anderson, 4 for 56 for Stuart Broad. He's been outstanding this summer, extends that tally to 26 wickets and an average of 12.8. Simply ridiculous, to be honest. When you think that he missed that first test match, he has been sensational for England, bowling that fuller length, and extracts the final wicket for England. Sam Curran, 1 for 44 from his 18, and Chris Woakes, 1 for 55 from his 19. So 236, they added a further 13 runs to the scoreboard this morning. Dark and grey skies above, though you see the clouds moving quite quickly from left to right. There was a decent breeze blowing across the ground, lowly lit lights as well here, as the roller is now out on the pitch. Markings being redone by the ground staff as well. And for those of you who want a reminder, yesterday of course no play whatsoever because of the bad light and the mizzle in the air. We'll go through a scorecard for you. So Shah Masood was out for 1. LBW to Anderson, a brilliant delivery from him, shaping back into the left-hander. That was when the score was on 6. Then a partnership formed between Azhar Ali and Abid Ali. They made it to 78 before Azhar Ali went, caught Burns, bowled Anderson. Abid Ali followed, the score was on 102, caught Burns, bowled Curran. Came into the game, Asad Shafiq was caught Sibley, bowled Broad on 117. And then Fawad his first match in 11 years, he was out in the middle. Unusual technique. He was out LBW to Woakes for a duck. So disappointment for him as he had to walk back to the pavilion. Yasir Shah caught Buttler, bowled Anderson for 5. Shaheen Shah Afridi run out, dawdling halfway down the track, and a brilliant run out from Dom Sibley aiming at the stumps. When the score was on 176, that was when they were 8 down. Mohammad Abbas fell LBW to board. He hung around for a little bit alongside Mohammad Rizwan, then he started to play his shots. Rizwan made it up to 60 and finished not out a couple of nights ago. And in this innings ends up going for 72. Mohammad Rizwan now caught Crawley, bowled Broad. So Naseem Shah not out 1.
Yeah, played nicely. Number 11. But I think this is a very competitive score for Pakistan. Obviously the lack of time left in the game is looking like it's going to be very difficult for either team to force the result. But for Pakistan, they've got to think, right, wickets, can they bowl England out for 100, 110, something like that. It'll take them to bowl extremely well and take every chance you would feel. For England, can they bat the day out? Get to something like 300, 320? Gives Pakistan a very nervy last day. So England can get 320 today, but if they can get it to around 320 by an hour into the last day's play, you just never know. Test cricket, in these conditions, the game can escalate quite quickly.
Well, it says like this where you earn your respect as a batsman, isn't it? Test and examination of your technique, especially with the likes of Mohammad Abbas, who loves bowling in these conditions. Well, you saw him, didn't you, a couple of nights ago?
He was very excited.
Yeah, very excited to get a go on this wicket with the overheads as they are. Slightly cooler here than it was on day 1, where it was humid and muggy. You can see him now just warming up, wearing a long sleeve jumper. Mohammad Abbas bowling to, I think that's Waka Yunus with a glove on.
Shaheen Afridi as well. He swung it to Old Trafford with a new ball. I'm just looking down to the pitch. It looks to me that Martin Saggers just waved to the ground staff. He was waving down to them or something. I don't know what he's waving for them to come and get it. I don't know if he wants what he's asking for, but one of the young ground staff members just running off to the hut. Maybe it's a spade or something, but he wants something out there.
It is looking a little bit brighter over to our left. That's where it's coming from. So hopefully that rain will be staved off. We can see the fielders by the side of the pavilion, just going through their warm-ups. Andy?
Just looking at Pakistan's last 2 wickets, they went moved from 176 for 8 to 236. Well, that's added 60 runs. Mohammad Abbas scored 2 from 20. Naseem Shah 1 not out from 10. Rizwan scored 48 of those 60 runs, and there were a few extras. Some superb tail marshalling effort from the Pakistan wicketkeeper.
Yeah, he really did a wonderful job. Scored 95 at Brisbane last winter. He, of course, coming in for Sarfaraz, the former captain of the Test side, wanting to prove a point, but a very steely sort of determination to when he is out there in the middle and batting. He's finished 72 not out in the end, 236 all out there Pakistan. And Azam Mahmood has stepped in. We heard from Jonathan Agnew talking about TMS Curry Club last night. How did you find the food?
Food was excellent, yeah. As always, you know, like when you're stuck somewhere and you want to Asian food and you get food like this, it's brilliant.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
Tim Peach, I thought he did an excellent job. He was ribbed a little bit for it being late, but at least he paid for it. Pretty sure I paid for mine as well, one before. Jonathan Agnew, not so sure. I know Michael Vaughan paid for his.
Next week
So
yes.
Are you putting your hand up?
Yes, I am. Maybe Friday or Saturday, Adam will tell us. And I'm asking the guy who delivered from London spice for his food. I love that food, and that's why I can order from here. But you know, this food is special.
Oh, right, okay. How quickly do you reckon you can get to us?
Whatever time he's doing. Hopefully, you know, I'm watching last night. Tim was on the phone and he was under pressure. So looking at that, I will say, you guys come down around 8 o'clock. So I will ask him to come down at 7:30.
Yeah. Well, mine was actually early as well. Mine was early, which yeah.
Depending on the traffic of A3.
That's true. Maybe you can come down on a motorbike. I wonder how many dishes you can fit on the back of a motorbike. Anyway, we're just here in the interval at the moment in the Aegeus Bowl. It's day 4, and England will be ready to come out and bat very, very shortly. You can see Rory Burns and Dom Sibley just getting themselves ready. Burns just playing with his grip. Now standing and looking out and surveying the field.
Interesting to see how these guys can go on this pitch. You know, last delivery, if you see, Rizwan got top edge airs. He was on leg stump.
Yeah, it was outside.
Outside leg stump. And seamed a bit, and Rizwan was looking to flick that ball and went leading edge to covers.
The noise you're hearing is the sound of the heavy roller, which is doing a circle around the infield. It's off the pitch, speeding away towards the hut as Dom Sibley comes down the purple steps of the England dressing room.
Spoke to Shaheen and Abbas yesterday. They were eating the ball in this wicket, and they will test Sibley and Burns' technique, temperament. Looking forward to seeing that.
Yeah, it's going to be a fascinating passage of play here as the umpires return to the field. Richard Kettlebrook with a smile on his face. He was grimacing quite a lot yesterday and looking up to the skies in disbelief because we weren't able to get any play. It's looking quite dark at the moment and gloomy. Grey skies above, ominous looking clouds. But I'm delighted that we can have some action as the Pakistan players sprint onto the field. A lot of energy about them. They've had to wait 4 days to have their first bowl.
They've been well rested.
They have. You can see Shah and Afridi walking with purpose. Not sure which end he's going to bowl from. It looks like the northern end. So his white wristband on as he marches towards the stumps now, just scratching away at the popping crease where he'll be bowling from. Dom Sibley coming to the non-striker's end. And Rory Burns taking his guard. Burns, who scored 234 runs this summer, an average of 46. And he's just marking his guard on the middle before coming down the pitch, assessing the conditions. A lot of grass on this wicket.
Look at that Abbas. We talk about Abbas, you know, he's a great bowler with a new ball. Look at this guy. Look at his body language. Shaheen, Shah, Afridi, and having the first over. So he's a leader in this bowling attack for the last year and a half. Every time he got ball in his hand, he mean business. Which is great to see, growing as a cricketer, growing as a bowler, and be more confident what he's doing.
Just rehearsing a few deliveries to mid-off at the moment. 20 years of age and the leader of this attack. He's got 3 slips in the gully in position, a point, a man at extra, no one at mid-off, wideish mid on Naseem Shah position there, short leg and a man down at fine leg. Here he is, he's ready to go. Rory Burns sets himself up. Shah Afridi pushes away now. First delivery of the innings. Edged and falls in front of second slip. Well, nearly a wicket. First ball, Asad Shafiq diving forwards. It didn't carry. Perfect delivery first up.
Just short of Asad Shafiq. Look at the seam. Excellent seam. It will.
Yeah, we're looking at the replay here. Yeah, it falls just in front on the half volley as Shah is now past the umpire again. He bowls and Rory Burns leaves. Lovely shape on the ball, moving away from the left-hander. It's something he's worked tremendously hard on. Is that ability to shape it away from the left-hander into the right-hander. Generally gets it going across the right-hander. That's his natural sort of angle. And you were actually talking last night, weren't you, about his foot alignment?
Yeah, foot alignment. We work on that, and now he's working with Babar. So he worked really hard on this skill. Normally he take the ball away from right-hander, and now he can bring the ball both ways.
The left armour comes in again. Afridi bowls full. Burns drives with caution to mid-on. It gets right in and behind it. Burns had to play at that delivery. Lovely seam, as you mentioned, for that first delivery. Lovely wrist position as well to just allow the ball to shape. He now has it back in his hand, and at the top of his mark gives it a little shine, Shah Afridi. Sets himself, assesses his prey. Now he runs away from us. Mop of hair blowing in the wind is Burns edges and taken. Asad Shafiq. This time it does carry. He's moving to his right and arms aloft for Shaheen Shah Afridi. He's picked up the first wicket in the first over. 0-for-1 England, as Rory Burns will have to trudge back to the pavilion. We talked about this being testing conditions, and England have failed at the first hurdle.
Same delivery, same result. Edge, good taken by Asad Shafiq. Excellent seam position. Look at the body language of him. He's running and charging and pitching the ball up.
Was there anything Burns could have done there? Lovely movement, good length delivery, just outside the line of off. Did he have to play at it? We'll have a look at the replay in just a moment. But Asad Shafiq moving to his right, it wasn't an easy catch. He had to move and almost reach to his right. It was probably shoulder height when he took it. But an excellent catch. He laid on the floor for a little while there.
It's really important, you know, we're talking about testing condition and everything, but slip cord need to take any opportunity, come in their way, they need to take it. And Asad Shafiq is a brilliant slip fielder.
So Zach Crawley out in the middle, tall frame, probably a similar sort of height to Dom Sibley as they now punch gloves. And tricky circumstances, but this is what what you expect when you play here in England, Andy?
It's the fourth duck by an England opener this summer. Sibley's had two. Josh Buttler had one when he was promoted up the order, and now Burns today. Only once previously in an English summer, England's openers had four ducks, and that was in the disastrous summer of 1989 when England went 4-0 by Australia.
Zach Crawley spins the bat in his hand, open stance to Shaheen Afridi. He's got four slips in position as he pushes away now. Here he comes, he bowls full, stop on the pads, this looks close. Unmoved the umpire, Michael Goff. And Shaheen Afridi immediately turns to his captain. I think he's interested in this. Well, they go for the review. Mohammad Rizwan is signalling down the leg side, but Azhar wants to have a look.
TV umpire to director, we've got a player review for LBW. Original decision is not out. We have a fair delivery, so we can look at front on, please.
Hearing the voice of Richard Illingworth. Pitches
Okay,
in
just
line.
roll that back to the edge of the bat. Roll it through.
Is there any bat involved? Doesn't look like there is.
Appears to be no bat involved, but can we confirm that with Ultra Edge, please?
Ultra Edge will tell us whether
Just waiting
there's
for
an edge
Ultra
on
Edge,
it.
gentlemen.
Goes past the bat and hits him on the knee roll. It does look like it's going down the leg side.
Okay, we've got a flat line, roll it through.
So no bat involved.
And we've got a spike next to the
No, there
rolling
is.
bat, please.
There is a
Okay,
spike.
we've got a spike next to the bat. So we'll go back to Michael on field. Michael, there's a spike when the ball is next to the bat, so stay with your original decision. You're on screen now.
Heart in mouth moment for Zach Crawley.
Good to see him. I was looking, look down the leg side.
Yeah.
Maybe pitch down the leg side as well.
So Pakistan lose a review. Crawley sets up once more, still in his crease, taps his bat down a couple of times. Afridi on the charge, bowls and a leave from Crawley. It bounces and goes over the top of middle stump. Moves on length for the final ball of the over. What a sequence of deliveries for Shaheen Afridi. What a start for Pakistan. England 0-for-1.
Yeah, he has to play this ball because of his technique, because his head goes over on offside. He has to play that delivery, and great length, great line. Look at last over, Shaheen Afridi make him play every single delivery.
Simon Mann's going to be coming in here, but I'll just do this delivery from Mohammad Abbas. He's going to have four slips in play as well. Point, extra cover, mid-on, short leg, and Naseem Shah down at fine leg, about 10 metres off the boundary. Mohammad Abbas, here he comes. Arm swing from side to side. Sibley struck on the back leg as he hobbles away. Extra bit of bounce off a length there, looking to play straight. He's now crouching down. I wonder where that did hit him. Azhar, you'll be able to tell us as Simon Mann will come in.
Yeah, it's just a bone, tummy area, hip line bone area. Oh, that's horrible. That's horrible. Painful. Bit of extra bounce. And look at the same moment after that. He was...
Well, England need 37 to avoid the follow-on. The light meters are coming out, though. Of course they are. Cry of anguish around his ulcer at the far end of the box. It has got darker. I'm afraid we're fighting an unequal battle, it seems. So the light meters are out there. Sibley is back on his feet. He's playing a few shots. England are 0-for-1. Pakistan whack for 236. It's not going to be easy against this new ball. Pakistan have four slips in and a short leg. Here is Mohammad Abbas. Goes in now, bowls to Sibley. Sibley's forward very carefully there. Playing away into the offside. Goes out towards cover. And there is no run. Lovely conditions for Mohammad Abbas to bowl in it, as long as he gets an extended go at it. That's the thing. Has filled in a bit. Very dark over the edges. Well, the lights are on, of course, but we
know what happens if the light, the natural light, fades a bit, even with the floodlights on. We've been talking about throughout this game. Mohammad Abbas from the pavilion end, moves in now to bowl to Sibley. Sibley squared up by that one. His natural movement is to play a ball, a straight ball into the onside. Way movement, playing it back up the pitch. It's picked up by the bowler.
Simon, you mentioned, it's a great condition to bowl for Mohammad Abbas. I think it's a great condition to any seam bowler to bowl in these conditions. Abbas have ability and skill and all the tricks.
He's got the ability to exploit them. He's got that control. Comes in now, bowls to Sibley, and Sibley pushes to that one outside the off stump and misses it. And it's taken by Mohammad. Rizwan leaping in the air. I thought he was going to throw it up for a moment. Rizwan, the only man out this morning, finishing it off eventually out for 72. It's interesting seeing England's tactics this morning, that they, because it was first up this morning, they didn't push the field back. They kept the field up. They tried to get Rizwan out. Eventually they did.
Great seam position. Bubble seam hitting those areas and ball was seaming away.
Down the slip cord and go again. Bass bowls. Past the outside edge again. This is torture. Shouldn't be allowed.
The beauty of these, only we are into second over, but the beauty of these things, these guys make them play every delivery. So they're asking question, hitting those areas, and you hit on the area and ball will do something in these conditions.
It's lovely bowling, it really is.
He has to play this delivery, he has to.
So Rizwan out for 70, then Burns out for naught. Called it a slip by Shafiq. Here is... Oh, that's bowling, hit him on the pad, it's not out. Goes away to the offside. Sibley there, looking to turn it. It did from our angle, we're a long way away actually in our commentary position here in the hotel. That looked as a good shout against Sibley, but there was no interest in the umpire, and there was no thought of a review. So it's back to us. It's difficult to tell exactly where that struck in. Must have been going down the leg side or a bit high.
From where I'm sitting, I thought it looked close to me, but Sibley stand on the leg stump, and maybe that's why it was going down the leg side.
But you feel at the moment that there could be a wicket any ball. That's the way the game's going. With this new ball, Pakistan are keen. They want to get out there, take some wickets. I mean, it's very hard to see them getting into a winning position. Even if wickets fall, it's a lot of work to do for them in this test match. Unless there's a real collapse here, a huge collapse. Here's Shane Afridi bowling to Crawley, who's forward carefully there. Haven't seen many of those so far, but the ball is roughly hit somewhere in the middle of the bat. Check defensive shot from Crawley back up the pitch, and it was picked up by Shaheen, Shah, Afridi. Easy being a top order batsman in these conditions. Poor old Rory Burns, he's waited into the fourth day of his innings, and he's out first over.
It's hard for any opener in the world, in these conditions. It's not easy.
You can't escape between test matches either. You've got to stay here. Players, here's Afridi bowling very full. And a check defensive shot again from Crawley. Push, check to push into the offside. And it's picked up in the covers. And then there's a no run. Pakistan are on the attack with that short leg in. There's Abid Ali under the helmet at short leg. 4 slip fielders. Asad Shafiq's been in action already with one that was very low to him. He couldn't quite take first ball, and then one that he did take. Second quite take, it didn't quite carry to him. Crawley. It's open stance for the left armour. Coming over the wicket now, goes in and bowls, and Crawley there is hoping to get off the mark. In these conditions, you hope something goes your way and slides off the outside edge. Well, it did, and it went down, but it was stopped at 4 slip. So there was no run. Crawley, third man, can be quite a profitable area in these conditions.
That's open stance because of the left arm seamer, or he normally opened that much for the right-hander?
Yeah, it's a good point actually. Whether we'll watch him against Mohammad Abbas, whether he just closes up a bit. But he's quite open for the left armour.
Negotiating that swing, coming back to him.
It's 0 for 1 England in reply to 236. Shaheen bowls, swings in. Crawley was looking for an off drive there and then realised, dipping back into him, and checked the shot. played it more carefully up towards mid-on. There is no run.
These are testing conditions, but Shaheen never afraid to pitch the ball up when he got new ball in his hand. So he always looked to take wickets. So that's the good thing about this young guy. He always looked to take wicket, never on a defensive mode.
Well, if only the weather gods would allow us some cricket. We were in for a fascinating day today. Yeah, got away with it for the first 50 minutes play. Lights beaming down, shining down on the Aegeus bowl. Here goes Shaheen, bowls to Crawley, wider off stump this time. Crawley leans forward and lets it go through to Rizwan. Great test for Crawley, talking about, thinking about that maiden test 100. A good innings if he makes it in this one.
Yeah, I think I like him. I like his technique. I like his temperament. When he played against West Indies here, he got 50 odd.
Yeah, he got 76 in the second innings, I think it was, from memory. I'll look back. Played very well, actually. Yeah, 76 in the second innings. Here is Shaheen bowling to its full, and he gets his first run. Probably runs past short leg. Gone for one, they're coming back for the second. They might get three here, actually. And they are coming for the third. Mohammad Abbas sends in the return, low to the base of the stumps. And needs Sibley to get a move on to make it to the striker's end. Although, actually, that was the last ball of the over. So Crawley keeps the strike. He's off the mark with three. Thickish inside edge off a defensive shot that went quickly past short leg. It wasn't in the air. Abid went to his right, couldn't stop it. So England are underway finally. They are 3 for 1. They are 233 runs behind.
The best thing was in the last defensive shot, he let the ball come to him and play the ball really late. Managed to get 3 runs. Let's see how he stand against Mohammad Abbas here.
The one tactic England used at Old Trafford was to bat a few bats batted out of their creases against Mohammad Abbas. So their interception points worth noting as well. You just hang back a bit. Now I think Crawley's quite a long way forward. Here is Mohammad Abbas into bowl to him. Oh, it's another beauty, absolute beauty past the outside edge. The thing is about Mohammad Abbas, he gets close to the stumps, bowls straight, and there's a bit of nip. You're in big trouble because you have to play at it.
Yeah, because he used crease as well, so he bowled from different angle at the crease. And look at this one.
Oh, it's gone over the top of off stump.
How you can do it as a batsman, you will. Wow, look at that. He done everything right, but the ball done enough to beat his bat.
It's because he is getting so close to the stumps. In that one, he does again here. Crawley plays quietly in defence towards mid-on this time. Goes rolling up towards mid-on. There's no run.
It's 5 plays and misses in the first 7 balls that Mohammad Abbas has bowled today.
Yeah, it's beautiful bowling. Exploiting these conditions, you feel he is the main threat. I mean, there's a significant threat from all the Pakistan seam bowlers, but you feel he is the main threat. Difficult to play. Tight into the stumps, having to play, a little bit of nip. Those bowls, Crawley gets a straight ball, she turns into the onside for one, and they're going to come back for the second. Yes, they do. Naseem Shah, Shaheen Afridi rather, goes from mid-on to deepish mid-wicket to pick up. So 2 more to Crawley. Of course, if it doesn't do anything and you bowl a straight ball and it's on middle and leg stump, then you can turn it away. So the umpire there, talking about him getting close to the stumps, umpire at the fire, and Richard Kettle was just checking his follow through, making sure that he's getting off the pitch, not landing in a notional red zone. Here is Mohammad Abbas bowling wider off stump, not such a good delivery to Crawley that time. Perhaps adjusting after the ball falls a bit too straight, put it wide. Crawley ignored it, comes down the pitch to do some gardening.
And we saw the dismissal of Rizwan. He was on 5th down the leg side and seam away. So Abbas was looking from middle and leg side.
Yeah, they put that red zone on television monitors now. It might have been a bit of his foot in the first part of it. Abbas goes in, bowls to Crawley, who comes down the pitch there, takes a step down the pitch to meet him. He's a tall man, plays it defensively, back to the bowler, who picks up. There's no running, it's a pat on the back from his captain, Azhar. What the Pakistan players have been doing, well, the TMS team have been doing this morning. What the Pakistan players have been doing, Azhar, do you know?
I think they got game rooms on top of us, and I think there's a pool table as well, and a few of the guys, listening to music and watching YouTube. Nice bowls again. Crawley comes down the pitch, but a nip back into him there, strikes him on the thigh pad, and runs into the offside, and there is no run. So Crawley using that tactic, trying to get well forward against Mohammad Abbas. Quick check on the light meter from umpire Kettleborough, and for now, back in the pocket. The danger of coming down the pitch is that you do get struck around the body there, and I think he got that one in the stomach or a back or the top of the right hip. Just enough to see moment, he would just jab back to Crawley's stomach, I would say. Yeah, both ways. You do it both ways. 5-1 England. Apply to Pakistan's 236. Fawad another wicket this morning, 26 wickets at 12. Summer. It's not playing on this ground in the first test. Shaheen goes in, bowls to Crawley. Crawley gets one outside the off stump. He lets it go very close to his off stump. Swinging back in. Not swinging back in quite enough. Shaheen Afridi. Sibley. Sorry, Sibley, yeah. Sibley at the far end. Both tall men. But they've got a very different way of playing the game there. A lot of players actually today with their sweaters on. Coolish day in Southampton, so not we need the numbers for the batsmen, but can't see the numbers of the players. Apart from Shaheen Afridi, he's got number 40 on his back as he runs away from us, goes in now and bowls to Sibley. It's full, and Sibley shovels that into the leg side. Not particularly elegant stroke. Gets him off the mark. Goes out towards deep mid wicket. So he is underway. 2. And England are 7-1. You've got to see the action so far today. You can follow in-play video clips on the BBC Sport website and app. Today at the test, BBC 4 at 7 o'clock tonight, or later on BBC 2. You can watch it on the iPlayer at your leisure. 7-1. Let's hope we have plenty of highlights to put in tonight. So far, so good. The forecast is not great. Shaheen bowls to Sibley with that very open stance. Sibley lets it go. That climbed as well. We have seen that in this match so far. Lots of bounce for the bowlers. Yeah, taken by Rizwan high up. You'd enjoy bowling on this pitch, Azhar, wouldn't you? I would love to bowl on this pitch. Look at the pitch map here. Everything is around good length area, full 36% of good and 40% of the full. Sibley waits, back raised, very open stance. Quite as open as Fawad, but it is open outside the off stump from Shaheen. Sibley allows it to go through. Where is Fawad fielding? Is he at backward point? Yeah. Yes, he is. Babar Azam at first slip, Shafiq at second, Yasir at third, and Shan Masood at fourth slip. Abid under the helmet at short leg. To wet Burns. You wait ages for your bat. This poor old Fawad who's waited 11 years. He's out for naught. 4 days, he's done practically nothing. Here's Shaheen bowling very full, and that swung a long way after it went past the off stump. Sibley let it go, and a spectacular diving take by Rizwan away to his left. Big in swing after the ball had gone past though. And Sibley played that well. I mean, that delivery, it looked like a nice tempting ball to drive through the offside, but Sibley denies himself, well, genuinely does. He really gets into his innings. That's what Shane wants to do. He wants to. Shaheen moves in again to bowl to Sibley. Sibley gets a full ball, which he defends back to the bowler. He doesn't field it cleanly. He goes up towards mid-on.
picked up by Naseem Shah, and that's the end of the over. It's 7 for 1. 5 overs of England's struggle. It's this tasting new ball pairing. Crawley has 5, Sibley has 2, Bernsack for 0, Rizwan has 72. More from Azhar, and then it will be Atif Nawaz for the first time today.
Rizwan, we saw the last delivery. Rizwan kept really well in the last test match. Different conditions, spinning, bouncing, and this here, seaming around. Someone coming from subcontinent, it's not easy to keep wicket here. We saw so many people coming from abroad struggle to keep well in these conditions.
Good morning, Azhar.
Good morning.
How are you?
I'm very good, Adif. How are you?
I'm very well. I'm enjoying these conditions. As long as they hang in there, as long as they stay exactly as they are, then we'll be okay. I've been enjoying watching Andy Zoltzman's reactions to almost every ball this morning. Well, it's been an exciting session until right about now, and I'm very sad to tell you that, well, the umpires have decided to go off. Well, 7 for 1 England, 229 runs behind. We've had an hour of play, exactly an hour of play, and that noise you can hear behind me is the hover cover being dragged on by the ground staff. Well, it's hard not to take it personally already. It just arrived.
That's because of you, Adif.
Just because of me. Just to drown me out. Well, what can you do? It's a lot of frustration around this test match. 1 hour of just scintillating play, so absorbing. And, well, I guess we were spoiled there already. 1 hour of consecutive play here at Southampton. Well, we'll keep talking on 5 Live Sports Extra, digital radio, online, and via the BBC Sounds app. But Radio 4 long-wave listeners now leaving us briefly for the shipping forecast. And, well, it's really frustrating, isn't it, Azhar? I mean, there were so many pockets of time yesterday where we felt like we could have seen cricket quite easily, but it just didn't come through. And, yeah, it's quite frustrating when you're watching the way the Pakistanis were bowling this morning, exploiting the conditions, even the way Azam broad bowled towards Rizwan. I know he was playing quite a dashing innings, but watching that ball beat the outside edge swinging away was quite something.
It's a lot to do with this pitch, and condition as well, under light, overcast condition. We saw the whole yesterday. The cover was on. There was a lot of moisture on the pitch as well this morning. And what we saw this morning from Pakistan bowler, they make batsmen play every delivery. We saw from England bowlers, they were slightly voided. Yes, I understand if they were bowling to Rizwan because she was trying to get some runs, so it was different condition. But now, looking at these guys, they make him play all the deliveries.
They really have. They put it in that channel where they really want to get a little bit of action from the batsmen. The official word here is rain stop play. Phil Tufnell's with us as well. How are you, Tuffers?
Afternoon, everyone.
How's it going?
Well, it was going lovely, wasn't it? We was enjoying it.
Yeah, we were really enjoying watching from the balcony, just watching, rushing in to see replays and things like that.
The green top of Southampton doesn't get much better than that, especially with this Pakistan bowling line-up, and then just sit yourself down and they're off again.
It's been exceptionally frustrating, the weather
It has indeed.
in this test match.
And I'm getting bigger and bigger and bigger because every time I'm not doing anything, I'm just eating chocolate and crisps and everything. We've got to have play. Otherwise, I won't be able to get a bedroom door.
It's extraordinary, really. I mean, there's been a lot of frustrating moments, and there's been a lot of questions asked about the way the game should be run and things like that. And I think enough has been said about that. I think everybody knows the frustration, the suggestions are all out there, and hopefully,
So we thought we need to find someone who can offer a different thing. And this guy was doing really well in domestic cricket. He came into scene. He was as foreigner as for me, you know, like for Mickey.
Yeah.
You know, Mickey, you haven't seen him. I had never seen him. He came to emerging camp and we saw him, his skill level and everything. So we thought, okay, this is the guy, we need to pick him, and he will get us something different, because different angle, different variety, and he can swing the ball, seam the ball, and he was so consistent. So we got him. And Asif was totally different, you know, because of his tall and nip backer. You know, Abbas, if you see, mainly he goes away. Like yesterday we were talking about, you know, in 20 years back, people weren't selected in England, you know, if they can't take the ball away from the right-hander. So it's just sort of thing, you know, but he has the ability to bring the ball. But Asif was very clever as well.
watching and letting it sink in, the mixed emotions are very evident.
Yeah, I mean, but he's 39. He's not played since the World Cup semi-final last year when India lost to New Zealand. I mean, people must have sensed he was coming towards the end.
Yes, absolutely. I think the only question, Simon, was would the T20 World Cup happen on schedule, which we know now is not happening. And I think there was that sort of speculation about whether he would offer himself and whether he would be picked. And Saurav Ganguly was making sort of the right kind of noises, so was Ravi Shastri. The standard line about let a person of his caliber determine when he wants to go kind of thing. So there might even have been a tiny nudge or two, one doesn't know. But certainly it wasn't unexpected, but trust MS to do it in that very unique style of his, and with a bit of poetry at the end of it too.
Yeah, so it would have been a difficult one. So if he wanted to play on, but they didn't necessarily want him to play on, is that sort of the feeling you get?
I don't know. Just from the outside, one does get that feeling, isn't it? I mean, how long will you carry on? Would have been one of the questions, and we seem to ask the question a lot in India. We all remember the big debate of Tendulkar going on for months, if not longer. So I suppose there was that question somewhere in people's minds, but from a popular fan base perspective, you would only ask that question at your own peril.
He's going to play on in the IPL, though.
Yes, he is. In fact, he made that announcement after the first practice session in the UAE, and of course, as we know, Suresh Raina followed straight after. So it almost looked like CSK had planned this out. And there's a lot of speculation, Simon. I don't know if you guys there have any ideas of the timing. 19-29 hours. No idea as to what that is. But one of the theories going around is that it might have to do something with an auspicious time. Because the south of India, as you know, Simon, is very, very sort of obsessed almost with this whole idea of what is a good and a bad time. And somebody came up with this last evening, I don't know, there's no confirmation, that the exact time he was run out against New Zealand in that semi-final in India was 1929. I have no idea, no way to confirm that. I'm just telling you the kind of stories that are going around as a result of the news last evening.
Can you shed some light on this, Isha?
I can't actually. And hello to Prakash as well, who's over in India. I hope you're doing well. It's just classic Dhoni, I think, just to leave us with all this speculation. And Gaurav Kalra, who is an Indian journalist, wrote on Twitter yesterday, very few interactions with MS Dhoni over the years. And I'm only venturing a guess here, but he is likely having a quiet chuckle to himself at discomfort of sports journalists scrambling to handle this on a Saturday evening. I mean, I actually agree with that. I mean, when you watched MS Dhoni across his career, he is the epitome of India in a way, a land of contrasts. You think about him and how private he could be, but also very open. He didn't give much away in the media. You almost felt like you didn't get to know the real MS Dhoni, but in his home life, he was very private with that, and certainly with his teammates, I know that he was very open. So, as captain, he would have his door wide open so people could come in and out as they pleased. Someone who was anti-establishment, but then could also toe the party line. Someone who was super cool out in the middle, but could be explosive when he wanted to be. I just think that was his perfect way of sending the message that he was going to retire.
What about take us back to his background? He came from Ranchi, which was a backwater really of Indian cricket, and now of course there's a magnificent stadium there, which we've been to, and England have played there. Is it a sort of going from humble origins to incredible fame? Is that the story we look at here with MS Dhoni?
Is that for me, Simon? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so a lot of people will say that, because I think whether it's Ranchi as a place or whatever, I think it is the fact that he started this sort of movement inadvertently, I think, where people from small towns suddenly started believing that they could make it on the big stage. Up until then, or for several years, decades of Indian cricket, which all of you have followed, it was a preserve of the 4 or 5 big metro cities. I mean, there were days when if there was one player less than 7 in the Indian team from Mumbai, people would ask questions. And yet you saw what happened with that period. Though I must credit Saurav Ganguly and Kiran More, who was chairman of selectors then, I think, for widening the net, if you will. BCCI's talent program also unearthed a lot of people. Yuvraj, Harbhajan, Dhoni, all these guys came through that sort of process. But yes, for a small town boy, and like Isha rightly said, in many ways a very private person. Remember his retirement from Test match cricket in the middle of the Australia series, again caught all the journalists completely by surprise at a post-match conference. I think that's who he is. He's somebody who has lived his life on his own terms, has had a share of ups and downs, like everybody else does. But I think that belief that he instilled in the nation as a whole, that it didn't matter where your roots were or where you came from, it is what you did in your chosen endeavour that would determine your place.
What about him as a cricketer as well? I mean, I remember the first time I saw him, he was playing those outrageous strokes, the helicopter shot, and he was an extremely attacking player. He was an outrageous batsman, actually. I remember that test match in Mumbai where India were notionally trying to save it on the last day, and he was smashing the ball down the ground. Panesar dropped him, and then he gave another chance to Panesar offshore New Delhi, and Panesar caught it this time. And I remember going to watch him play in the one-day series afterwards, and he played that amazing helicopter shot in Goa that became his trademark. But then he sort of changed his way of playing. He went from being outrageous to sort of this deadly, cool finisher.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just look back to his debut back in 2004, which he worked incredibly hard for. It didn't come for him straight away, and I think that was much to his frustration. Eventually got the opportunity against Bangladesh. He was run out for naught, and then 4 games later, he's scoring 148 against Pakistan at Vizag, which became a place very close to his heart, and that's where we saw the real MS Dhoni. And he was always aggressive, growing up, playing locally to domestically. He was always that kind of wanted to make things happen. Looked relatively unorthodox when he was out in the middle, but really just fed off the fact that he could change a game situation. And yeah, as he evolved as a cricketer, he became, arguably the best finisher in the world game. And many emulate his run chase mindset, the theory that the deeper you take it, there is a tipping point whereby there is more pressure on the bowlers, and that's when he pounces. And that was very much his method, certainly towards the end of his career. Someone, astonishing ability. The helicopter shot that you mentioned, that everyone now tries to copy. From kids up until adults, they all want to play that shot. And that came from playing a lot of badminton. He loves his badminton. He still plays it now. He played it to keep fit. But as I say, just someone who really just tried to to make himself better as a cricketer. It wasn't just the cricketing skills on the pitch, it was also his fitness. Trained with the army so that he could maintain those levels of fitness and sustain being able to play back-to-back games in limited overs cricket, but also in test matches, and served his country incredibly well.
Yes, it takes an enormous amount out of you as well to be wicketkeeper, captain and batsman. Now, just on that point about changing his game, because he was an outrageous striker when he first started. You thought, could he actually survive in international cricket playing this way? Because he would just go for it, and it would leave you vulnerable. Of course it does. And then how difficult is it to make that change, do you think, as a batsman?
Well, afternoon everyone. Prakash in India, afternoon. Look, I think MS Dhoni, like a lot of players, they come onto the scene and often they play in a very natural, aggressive way. And then they realise, well, I've got to make a habit of this. I've got to perhaps search for a little more consistency. And sometimes they can adapt. And that, I guess the best players do adapt actually to become more consistent. I thought he brought many things to the Indian side. Clearly, as a batsman, he brought power, actually. And particularly in the one-day format, where power has been increasingly sought after, particularly in the middle of your batting lineup and towards the death overs. So I think that was an important thing, and he came along just at the right time for India, with T20 becoming more prevalent. I mean, he was also quite good off the back foot, which is not necessarily something that a lot of the Indian players gravitate towards naturally, and yet he could play the short ball very well. So that was an important thing. I mean, his wicket keeping was perhaps rough and ready at times, but if you give him a sniff of a stumping, he generally took it. He had magnificent hands and was so quick when an opportunity arose to take a wicket as a stumping through his wicket keeping. So I think as a player, he brought steel to an Indian team. You know, there was a lot of exciting talents around him, but although the crowd and the one-day cricket had an exuberance and an excitement and vibrancy about it, Dhoni remained incredibly calm, and he was at the centre of the storm. And I think all Indian supporters watching their team, if Dhoni was there, they remained very calm.
Looking at Dhoni's stumping statistics, he'd taken more stumpings than any other wicketkeeper in international cricket, 195, 38 in tests. That's the joint third most of all time, behind two players from the long distance past, Bert Oldfield and Godfrey Evans, level with another Indian side, Kermani, 123 in one-day international cricket, which is the most ever, and 34 in T20 international cricket, also the most ever. In terms of captaining as a wicketkeeper, 332 games he captained India in as keeper. No other player has captained in more than 100 matches as keeper. Sarfraz Ahmed had exactly 100 in. Dhoni 60 tests. The next most is 28. 201 internationals. The next most is 50. And 72 T20 internationals as keeper captain. The next most is 37. So he is a truly extraordinary figure in terms of the role he played in the Indian team.
And that level of fitness as well.
Yeah, quickest hands in the East, that's what people used to call it. But the fitness, and you just look at the outpouring of love for him since he made his retirement, and Virat Kohli very much at the helm of that. Really just kind of respected him from when he first got into the Indian team to all the support that he received when he became captain. He does put MS Dhoni up on a pedestal, and there's a reason for that, because he changed the game for India. Running in parallel with India becoming this massive powerhouse as well. The 2007 T20 World Cup win, where India probably didn't take T20 cricket that seriously, but this is what Virat Kohli said: every cricketer has to end his journey one day, but still, when someone you've gotten to know so closely announces that decision, and I can't actually read the rest of that because it's blocked. So here we go. But the mutual respect and what I've received from you will always stay in mind. The world has seen achievements, have seen the person. Thanks for everything, Skip. I tip my hat to you. And you mentioned the fitness. These two running between the wickets, even towards the end there. I mean, you look back to the one-day World Cup and even before that, just that was part of their game, batting out in the middle together and running fielders ragged. I remember watching a match in Australia where David Warner was at long on, and even he couldn't stop them from scoring a two, and he's one of the quickest to the ball. So I think that just kind of encapsulates who he was as a person, as a cricketer, that he wanted to keep improving.
How does it compare his retirement, Prakash, to Sachin Tendulkar's retirement?
I was sure that was going to come, Simon. I think two very different people in many ways. I mean, look, there was, I think, a very large part of India also which reluctantly had been preparing for Sachin's retirement. He went out with this big planned series. Some often say a series that was set up only for him. And therefore, there was the anticipation had time to find sort of manifestation, if you will, in many different ways. In Dhoni's case, as we've talked just a moment ago, it was all very sudden, just the way he announced his marriage to Sakshi, or just the way he announced his retirement from Test match cricket. That was Dhoni. And so I don't think you can compare the two in terms of the the method of retirement or the build-up to it, because in Dhoni's case there was none. I do believe that in the newer India, in today's India, the resonance that Dhoni has goes beyond cricket. And I actually like to say, I wrote this in a short piece somewhere a little while ago, that, the MS Dhoni, the cricketer, isn't really the story. That's a story that has limited shelf life, and that retired last time. To me, Dhoni is the mindset. And that is a universal, timeless mindset, which I don't think can ever retire, because it's done that to inspire a nation of youngsters, a nation of people across both genders, mind you. Look at the women's team today, and Isha would probably know more about it. But look at the girls who are playing cricket for India or aspiring to. They've seen him as a hero. And where he began, I think there is a lot to do with it. This helicopter shot that Isha was talking about just a little while ago, he actually picked it up playing tennis ball cricket. And he picked it from a mate of his called Santosh Lal in Ranchi on those dirt grounds with no pitches or anything of that sort. And so that's who he was. He's always been a mate. I think as a human being, he's phenomenal. I remember that one comment after the 2010 T20 World Cup. India had lost, I think Australia it was, in the West Indies. And I was chatting with him after the post-match, and he said, I said, Mike, so what are you going to do now? And this was his comment. He said, I'm going back home to play with my dogs, because they are the only ones who treat me exactly the same, whether I come back having lost or coming back with the silverware. I think that just tells you what kind of person he is. And his impact, I think, is going to be a much bigger one on it.
That's really fascinating, Prakash, and I find it even more fascinating because of what happens to you as a cricketer. I can imagine when you're playing in India, to go from humble beginnings to suddenly this big star, and you've seen it so many times in India where, it almost takes hold in a way, and he's very much wanted to stay as humble as possible, even as the captain of the side. I know that he's offered business class on a number of occasions, flying between states in India, and he will often give it up to a teammate. He wants to sit at the back with everyone else. That is an insight into his character.
It is. The last seat in the team bus, I think Virat mentioned that again in some interview yesterday. Always in the last seat of the bus. Always, even when he was captain, he would do the honors of receiving the trophy or whatever, and then immediately hand it over to a colleague. You would typically see Dhoni in team pictures in one corner of the group photograph. And one could go on and narrate so many stories. I know recently, about 4 or 5 months ago, a tractor was delivered to his farmhouse because he'd ordered one. And the 5 people who went to deliver it, this man made them stay back, had lunch prepared, and sat and had lunch with them. That's just who he is. It comes naturally to him. I think he doesn't have to, he doesn't play to the galleries. And I think that allows him to be who he is. And therefore, I think those of us who see him are able to see what he really is, both on and off the field.
So you're saying, Prakash, that he's had more influence on India and Indian cricket than Sachin?
I'm saying on the youth of India. I think on the cricket, it will be foolhardy for me to say that anyone will come close to Sachin, but he will run him pretty close. And remember, Sachin was 10 years ago or more. And I think, howsoever great you are, memory fades. And I think, therefore, in this India today, this whole situation with the pandemic, everybody locked in at home, thinking back, looking at old things. A generation, my nephew actually just messaged me last night, and he wrote a little piece, but again, I'm not going to bother to read it out, but his message was, for us as a generation that grew up on Dhoni, it marks the end of our childhood. We realize today that after 15, 16 years of seeing him, it's time for us to grow up and carry on. That's the kind of emotion coming out from just common kids who are now sort of into their late 20s or early 30s. It's remarkable the kind of impact he's had.
It is extraordinary, though, Prakash, that a man who is so humble, but then and so private as well, that he decided to release his film, The Untold Story, while he was still playing for India. I mean, I can't even imagine how vulnerable he would have felt with that going out to the world and everyone suddenly knowing everything about his life and, you know, personal tragedy as well within that.
Yes. That's a very good question, Isha. And I think, again, producing the film, I suppose the film would have been made by the producer anyway, either as an official or an unofficial biopic. And knowing MS, he's the kind of guy who, as you said yourself, has chosen to be open, but on his terms. That story, the way he worked, and it's a real tragedy today that the person who played MS Dhoni is no longer in the world with us either, which is another tragedy, which has nothing to do with cricket. But the fact that he chose to come out, I think it was in a way, you look back on it today and you might almost say that it was a preparation to share his story, and knowing that he was in the twilight and he was going to soon sort of hang up his boots. But that's the unpredictable nature, if you will, of Dhoni. You never know what he'd do.
What is he going to do? I mean, and we know he's going to play for Chennai Super Kings, but what is he going to do next? Do we know?
Well, I mean, we're all speculating, Simon. But look, he's got this. He's an honorary lieutenant colonel in the parachute regiment of the Territorial Army. He's not just a ceremonial lieutenant colonel. I know he's travelled up into the areas in Kashmir, including the terrorist-affected ones. He trains very hard in the Ranchi Regimental Centre. He often goes on these trips with the troops to try and encourage them and motivate them, spends time with them. That's one part. Literally, he could choose to be what he wants to be. But if I was to bet, I think we're not going to see a very public persona of Dhoni. I don't see him accepting a nomination to the upper house of Parliament like Sachin. I don't see him contesting the elections like several of the cricketers, including people like Azhar, have done. I just see him doing his own quiet work in chosen areas of charity that he may have, and living his life on his terms, doing and participating in events and activities that he would like. He's once said that he would never sit in a commentary box and talk about players on the ground.
Lots of people say that, Prakash, though, don't they? Lots of people say that.
I'm not hinting at anyone, Simon. but you know, we'll have to wait and see if he'll not do that, and I won't be surprised if he doesn't, because the reason he gave was, look, by the time I get to sitting in the com box, the game will have changed enough for me not to know enough about it. That was his point of view, right? So, you know, you don't know what the man will do. But you know, like Isha said, I think he's a private person. He's got the world at his feet in some ways in terms of determining what he wants to do. And I think it will be another bolt out of the blue when we really come to know. For the moment, he'll be wanting to get IPL title to CSK, I suppose.
Yeah. What were his best innings? What innings, performances stand out for you? I mean, presumably the World Cup final, we heard that. Any others, or is that so far ahead of anything else?
No. For me, Simon, the game against Sri Lanka in Jaipur, I think it was his third or fourth game, if memory serves me right. I think he scored about 180 odd. Came in when Tendulkar was out very early, and came in at number 3 where Saurav had promoted him. And he smashed 183, and everybody. I mean, it was like a sandstorm at Jaipur. I can never forget that. I was fortunate to be actually commentating on it. It was unreal. Then there are several innings in the IPL, of course, where he's sort of come back and scored 26 runs in the last over, consecutive sixes at the end. The 2011 World Cup final, of course, again that decision to promote himself. The double 100 in the Test match against Australia, scored almost at a run a ball. So you know the number of innings is just, you could go on. You'll have to look at all of them. But the fact is that for him to take India over the line was so crucial, and he did it so many times. I think we were all there at the semi-final against New Zealand, and the crowd was chanting in Hindi, "Dhoni karega, Dhoni will do it." And you know, howsoever hopeless the situation was, you almost believed that that fairy tale could never go wrong. And I think in some ways it's prophetic that he was run out in his last international innings as well, just the way he began his career. And somewhere, I think that most of us, I think, knew that it'll take a lot of luck to see him in India colours again.
You certainly felt like it was a significant moment when you were there. I remember seeing him come off the pitch after it had happened, and it was going to take a lot to get over the line against New Zealand in that circumstance. I remember thinking even MS Dhoni, it was going to be tough for him to do it, but he kept taking it deep, and I remember him walking off, and he had tears in his eyes, as if to say, "This is my last moment here." An opportunity to win a game for my country and take us through to a final. You would have believed right up until the end. And it definitely resonated with a lot of people that might have been the last time they saw MS.
Yeah, I mean, his approach was, sometimes it was really frustrating if you watch him. You think, come on, you've got to get on with it. And I mean, was there much criticism, Prakash, of the way he played in those finishes? I know there was times when many times it did come off, and then obviously when you play like that, it does feel like sort of high stakes batting when you're. Well, it wasn't until on the chase really. He would sort of knock the ball around, single. It's got to happen soon. And then, of course, occasionally it doesn't. I mean, I remember that was bizarre innings he played at Lords, in a one-day international against England not so long ago.
Yeah, I think that's a fair comment, Simon. You remember the game against Pakistan in the 2019 World Cup as well. There was a fair bit of criticism about that as to why it was approached the way it was, not just by Dhoni but by the team as such. I think he just had his own methods, and he did cop a bit of criticism for sure on occasion as to whether he'd sort of lost his ability to play the big shot at will and sort of pull it out and deploy it whenever he wanted. But some of that's bound to happen. Mark talked about his back foot play. I mean, how many people would just stand there and use those powerful forearms to hit flat sixes over cover point or extra cover? How many? It's unbelievable. Maybe it's all the milk he had, they used to say in the early days, that built his strength. But I think it was strength of mind, character, and of course the skill. So he took his fair share. I mean, I remember there were posters of Dhoni being burnt. I think it was probably after the 2007 World Cup, after India had that dismal run, and he'd, I think, scored not in the 2 games he played. There were posters burnt. His new house then, freshly built in Ranchi, was stoned. So that's the mercurial Indian fan. I think in the subcontinent we make a habit of this, right? We take people up onto 7th heaven very quickly and have no problems with them sort of resorting to arson almost in front of homes. So as an international cricketer playing for India, I think that just comes with the turf. And Dhoni, everything was giant size. So praise was giant size, but the criticism he got was also very hurtful.
Yeah. Rams, from your point of view, as a former batsman and a batting coach, what did you make of Dhoni's chasing in inverted commas?
Well, look, I think the 2 main things that for me that stand out when I think about him is one, the way he played. So he had his own style. In India you can think of so many aesthetically pleasing batsmen. Sachin Tendulkar, before him Sanam Gavaskar, but now Virat Kohli. These wonderful Rohit Sharma, these guys who are really pleasing on the eye. MS had his own way of doing it. Maybe slightly more unorthodox, but more unique to him. But he played to his strengths. I've mentioned about the power, also the range of shots, to be able to hit both sides of the wicket. And I suppose knowing that he had that range of shot and that power under his belt allowed him in these tight one-day games to be able to stay cool and calm and back himself and to sort of get his eye in, give himself that bit of time and knowing that he was the guy who, the longer he did stay there, he was much more likely to get the team over the line than other people in the side. So I think his mindset, he's got his own unique way of batting, but his mindset was absolutely key in the way that he stayed calm. I mean, the promotion in the World Cup final, I mean, that had come with Yuvraj batting brilliantly in the previous matches, and yet he had the confidence to sort of step up and move himself forward in that, and I guess he just seized the moment. But you know, a wonderful leader. I just think so many great players around him, but to be able to manage them all, and that 2011 World Cup victory with 1.3 billion Indians, you know, cricket mad, this was their time, and he stepped up and led from the front. It was absolutely brilliant. You know, well, you could make that into a film as well.
They were expected to win, all the pressure was on them, you know, it was at home, Sri Lanka, perfect, all set up to win. What's that feeling like as a batsman though? What does it feel like inside when you were in a tight one-day match and you just hit one and it goes straight to the field and the pressure's building? Yeah, something's got to happen. I mean, that's the amazing thing about him, I think, is he was able to stay calm. But what's it normally like for a batsman in that situation? Do you start to panic, and how do you control it?
Well, I think, my own experiences are nothing like, you know, packed stadiums, you know, playing for India. I can only imagine, but the little I've experienced is that you have some sort of a game plan. You need to be aware of the overs remaining for certain bowlers, I think. I felt watching MS sometimes he was pretty forensic in the way that he knew which bowler he would look into target, maybe even which particular boundary, if it was slightly shorter at one end. It all seemed under control and thought out and then executed brilliantly. That, look, you know, there are lots of great players who in run chases have played rash shots or reckless shots because it does get to them. And look, he stood out head and shoulders in world cricket, and not just in his period, but, you know, in any period, of the way that he managed his emotions and stayed calm, you know, when all around him, you know, people were worrying and up in arms, and that the pressure would get to them.
Yeah, all three of us, we've been to India a lot. In fact, you're there. We're conscious of the focus on individuals, and it was Sachin, and it's now Virat, and it was MS Dhoni for so long. I remember going to Pune on the last tour, and you go to the game, and nearly everyone is wearing a shirt, an India shirt, in the crowd, and you know, 98% of people had Dhoni on the back of their shirt. So you can just imagine the sort of the focus on this story. I mean, is it dominating all the newspapers, all the television stations, all around India at the moment? I mean, you mentioned you are in the midst of this pandemic as well, obviously, like everybody else. But I sense from a distance that India's been hit particularly hard as well. So how is that playing out? That sort of competition between, you know, a really serious news story and something, I mean, you know, relatively frivolous in a sense, you know, the end of a sportsman's international career.
Well, that's again, it's interesting you asked that, because this morning's Times of India, if you look at the top half of the front page, on the left 3/4 or thereabouts is the Prime Minister and his speech from the Red Fort, and on the right is the news of Dhoni's retirement, and the pandemic statistics are below Dhoni's.
What's going on, CFA Nation? Caves in the house, and I am streaming right now from Studio B, aka my living room. Right now the score is 6-0. Josh Buttler once again. Josh Buttler. Good ball there is keeping. Right now we've got the tandem of Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad bowling, and Pakistan is batting. Shah is 1 for 3 and Abid is 1 for 7. Let's see who's in the chat. What's up, guys? What's up? The Dark Knight Rises. Absolutely. I love it. What's going on, Boomer? 12 so key. What's going on? What's up, people? No, I can't really say I'm hoping to see a better match than the first match, because the first match was super exciting. I'm hoping for a better result. You know what I'm saying? I'm hoping for a better result. Rohan, good morning. What's up, Rohan? What's up, Andrew Cook from New Zealand? Denise, or Dinesh, sorry about that. Back with no beard. Yeah, we had a live meeting. So, I had to shave the beard off. Professionals, shirt and tie, all that stuff, even though I'm streaming from home, right? But it's all good. How's everybody doing? Nick and I had a very interesting 3 wickets, and we had some very interesting responses from people. And for the England standpoint, oh, did he get it? No. Ooh, Jimmy thought he had it there. From the England standpoint, some people made some very interesting comments, and I had to first and foremost take my hats off to them. Again, we always say you guys are the experts. You've been watching this game the longest. Namely, why Joe Root had such a long tail end. It made sense. That looked good to me. It made sense that it looked good, right? But they chose not to challenge it. Ben Stokes was hurt. Oh, he's gone now. Wow. Back-to-back balls consecutively. What happened? Oh, boy. And Shah didn't even try to put up a battle. He knew he was gone there. Oh, man. That was quick. No bueno. Masood, what happened? Oh, man. He got jimmied. Yeah, Notorious B.I.G. I know Masood out again. That is not good. It's going good. Yeah, everybody kept saying gone. I was like, no. It looked like it was good for me, but I guess you guys were talking about the next ball. Man, so 6 for 1. Not a good start. Yeah, 1 big score and nothing for the rest of the series. Good morning, Paul. I'm going to stream till at least 6 a.m., 7 a.m. my time. I want to get to the first session, and then I'm going to get ready for my day of work. Again, like I was saying, you guys are the experts, and people said, listen, the reason England had such a tail end was because Ben Stokes was hurt. He wasn't going to be able to bowl his normal amount of overs, so that made sense. You still leave yourself short, but you definitely don't want to take the stick out of there, so that made sense. And we talked about him being hurt since the West Indies. I think it was the second test match. I will say I'm glad that I was vindicated a little bit by Akhtar. I don't know if you guys heard his comments, but he went on and he's like, listen, we made mistakes. Pakistan should have been more aggressive. They should have bowled more bouncers and made England uncomfortable. And hats off to Pakistan for the most part. That you got to close it out. What's up, Patel? That was a classic Anderson hook wicket. Yeah, Notorious B.I.G. Juicy, one of my favorite songs of all time. Yes, I do live in Vegas. Yeah, I will be off on Friday. So, Minton, I'll be on for another 3 or 4 hours. Get through that very first session before I got to get ready for work. And I do live in Vegas. What's up? What's up, Ray? Did you know Broad got fined for his bad misconduct? What did Broad get fined for? What did he do? Well, I was talking about the first game, Pakistan versus England, when he was hurt. Is he not playing at all? Ben Stokes isn't playing at all? In the first game, Ben Stokes played, but he only bowled a few spells. He only got a few overs, and I guess that's why England had such a long tail end. Is Stokes not playing at all today? Broad's dad fined him. That's funny. Because, Stuart Broad's dad is an official. That is classic. You know what, though? Good for him. That's got to be a very interesting dynamic if ever he bowls and his dad is out there. Oh, Ben Stokes is not playing. Broad was fined for swearing. Interesting. Stokes went to New Zealand for undisclosed family reasons. Yeah, that doesn't sound good. Thoughts and prayers to his family, his father. Hopefully he pulls through it. It's tough, man. What's up, Sandy B? What's up? Hopefully it's not the COVID that got him. What's up, AJ? I think his dad may be sick again. Man, that blows. Yeah, sports are big, but family's family, man. Pray for the Pakistan captain too. What happened with the Pakistan captain? What's going on with Ali? Very unlikely to be COVID in New Zealand. New Zealand got their act together. Oh, wow. Who dropped that? Dropped, I know. That was... Who dropped it? Oh. It was Anderson. Yep, bad drop there. Yeah, the Pakistan captain got a lot of heat for the last test match. And, I went online and I was looking up some of the comments that somebody sent us some comments actually that Akhtar made. And I mean, again, it was, I get it, the guy's only been in the job for 11 months, so being that he's a new captain, so to speak, you want to give him a little bit of a break, but he dropped the ball in that match, Pakistan should have absolutely won that game. No questions asked. Right now the score is 7 for 1. And I'll be putting it in chat. For those of you that are not following, I'm scoring straight off of YouTube streaming platforms. I had trouble with the other platform we use, so 7 for 1. Actually, I'll put Pakistan 7 for 1. We're on 4th over. So Pakistan won the toss, and it looks like they decided to bat first. They decided to bat first. Where are they playing at? Obviously in England there's always bad weather in the horizon, and you definitely want to avoid that pitch on the 5th day, right? As a batter. Bad decision, Umbad says, to bowl first. Interesting. My favorite commentator so far. Oh man, I like, not because he's necessarily negative, but because he's honest, and sometimes you need that. I like Michael Holden. You know what I'm saying? He's not afraid to criticize players or coaches, what the sides need to do, and I know that's always not a popular opinion. Come on, that's going for a boundary. There we go. Abid with a boundary, okay. 6 for 14. But sometimes, criticism is necessary. Listen, as an educator, I don't mind criticism. And, they always say don't read your comments on YouTube. I could care less. I read all my comments, and it doesn't bother me, you know what I mean? Like, oh, what just happened there? It doesn't bother me. Hold on, my audio just went out. I'm trying to get it back on my earpiece. Whew. But you should be willing to receive constructive criticism, you know what I mean? That's the only way you ever get better. So I personally don't mind it, and that's why I like Michael Holden, because, he's critical of players. And having been a player himself, he knows what he's talking about. Yeah, Holding is a legend. Who do you think will win this match, Gabe? You know what? Pakistan has a huge opportunity here. No Ben Stokes. That means, again, England's tail is going to be super long. I mean, if not, who did England go for batting? Again, I didn't get to see the batting lineup. Do they have, they probably put in an additional batter, right? Pakistan has a good chance here. No Ben Stokes is all. And, they lost an early wicket, but if you can keep it down to 2 wickets in the first session, score 50, 60 runs, you should be okay. Sam Curran or Crawley? Wow, no Archer either? Interesting. So no Archer as well. They went with Curran in for Archer and Zach Foley in for Stokes. Wow, okay. So they went with more batting, less bowling. See, the thing about no Archer is that means you've got no real intimidator. And if somebody goes off, I'm assuming Babar Azam. I'm hoping to see Babar Azam. We saw him in the first game put up 60 plus runs. So if we get somebody go off, who's gonna break that momentum? Who's gonna go and get that key wicket? This is a funny comment. He said, no Archer, what's he done now? That's a good question. I don't know what he's done now. You tell me. Curran is an all-rounder. Yeah, Azhar Ali's a beast, I agree. And you need that intimidator to come in and bounce those nasty bouncers. Not necessarily go head hunting, but make a batsman feel uncomfortable. Anything the pitch condition didn't suit him. Oh, okay. Now this isn't Old Trafford, right? Where are we playing? That's the same first thing I asked too. Where are we playing? Where is this match? Score please. 11 for 1. 11 for 1. We are 11 for 1, and we are in the 6th over. As soon as you see a guy put a cup on and go out there, you know there's going to be a guy in Silly Point. Southampton, okay. Southampton. No, there's no way. No way Nick joins today. I actually was with Nick yesterday. First time I've seen him in person in about a month and a half, maybe 2 months. He's moving. So, yeah, no spamming, please. Watch the spam. So, I had to help Nick move. Myself and my brother-in-law went over there. A couple of us load that U-Haul truck. Hampshire. You're in Hampshire. Play county cricket. Where is it, Hampshire? It's a good question, not sure. Nah, Nick is just my best friend. He's actually moving closer to the school where we teach, which is closer to my house, a couple blocks away. Good morning, Steven. Or Stephen. Nice shot again. Go for a boundary. Nope. Jimmy Anderson ran it down. What they get on that? 2? Yep, 2. So 13 for 1. Very nice shot. And Azhar. Ollie is now off of the dot. He got a score. He's off the mark, I should say. Sorry. So 13 for 1. Ooh, another nice shot. And that's another 2. Very nice. Azhar Ali has some pressure on him. But, you know, the good thing about sports is you can always redeem yourself. So hopefully he redeems himself. We both teach 4th grade. So we teach general subjects, which means, you know, writing, English language arts, mathematics, science, social studies, which encompasses history, pretty much everything except for the specials. We don't teach computer, art, music, those things. No, we don't study sports science. We have a PE teacher, though, who does teach science. I mean, not sports science, but another great shot there. I love those shots right back up the middle. And I think that was Abid. So, Abid. So now we're 17 for 1. 17 for 1. Pat. I'm an all-rounder too. Oh, look at that. Another good. Oh, no, somebody got there. I thought that was going to go for a boundary, but that's okay. Abid with another single there. And we found out, man, singles killed you. That's one thing I was absolutely wrong about myself. It looked like the Pakistan captain was comfortable giving up singles. He didn't change the fielding, same thing I thought. And singles absolutely kill you. Showing geography or other countries all that play cricket. That's funny. Maybe I'll do that. I can't wait for T20 World Cup. Wow, they postponed T20? I did not hear that. I did look up my app and I was super excited when I went into Willow and I saw that the CPL is starting pretty soon. The Caribbean Premier League, yeah? So I want to see that. Yeah, no breakfast yet. You're from West London? How's the weather out there in West London? Well, I'm by myself right now. The family's asleep. Everybody's asleep. It's 3 a.m. over here. Well, 3:30. Anderson with his fourth ball of this over. And, ooh, Anderson looks good today. He's got 1 wicket. He's given up 9 runs. Anderson looks really good today. I don't know who I'm supporting yet in the CPL, to be honest. I'll find a team. Maybe if one of my favorite players from the West Indies on that squad, I'll go ahead and jump on that shit. Maybe Gabriel. I love watching him bowl. So we'll see. Interesting. There's an American journalist, ESPN, who went to named Wright Thompson to cover golf and fell in love with cricket. Maybe we will email him, reach out to him on social media. Yeah, I'm sure Jimmy's excited. He's trying to get to that 600, right? He's what, 10 away or 9 away now? 18 for 1. 18 for 1. 7 overs in the books. I'm from New York, so... Oh, wait, football team? What football team do I support? Through marriage, I'm a Chivas Mexico fan because my wife's family, that's actually the team her grandfather played for. They're huge Chivas fans. So I follow the Chivas Mexico. Man U, you know what I'm saying? I follow Man U. Not closely, but just enough to really get under my brother-in-law's skin. What's my favorite batsman and bowler in general? Oh, that's so tough, man. Again, we're starting to learn all the players, and as you hear Michael Holding on the broadcast right now, you know, there's so much talent, honestly. There's so much talent. It's tough. I think my favorite bowler, wow, that's a good question. I have to still go with Stuart Broad, even though he's on the England side and he's crushed it. He's amazing. Now, on my team, the West Indies, I love Gabriel. He's amazing as a bowler. I love his delivery. I was very impressed with Yasir. Man, Yasir was amazing. I love Yasir. And I've been impressed with several bowlers, to be honest. Woakes, I didn't think he was as good as he was, but he's really stepped up his game. We have not named our IPL teams yet. Nick and I are actually going to be doing an overview of IPL before the season starts, and then picking our teams. That's how come I was shocked to see that it was delayed. Fast bowler, from Pakistan. Oh man, what's the young boy's name? I really like him. I know that he was a little shaky, but the young kid is really nice. No, Nick likes Archer. I respect Archer. I like his bold and his Ooh, that's for a boundary. Thank you. Thank you. And that was a tough one for Buttler. I'm not gonna just blame Buttler. Naseem. I think Archer still needs a lot. I understand his game, and he's got great stuff, natural pace. You definitely want him on the team, but he does need to get better. Oh yeah, clean shaven. Yeah, no, I don't jump ship. And even though Nick won't be jumping on because on the stream, he may drop by the chat. So, you know, we chose our teams at the beginning of the test series. He went with England, I went with Pakistan. Good morning, Renil. Good morning. Abid is settling things down nicely. 9 for 25. It's a really good run rate right there. You know, it's a test rate. You know what I mean? It's a test rate. Yeah, you know, we're not the you know, truth be told, we're not the best at promoting our channel. You know what I mean? We go on Twitter and we go on Instagram, but we're sports fans, man. We fell in love with cricket, and you know, as sports fans, we couldn't help to notice the similarities between baseball and cricket, which is why we fell in love with cricket so quickly. We've got to understand it, and it's an amazing game. Again, there's some things in cricket that I love that I wish baseball had. So we're trying to do a better job of it, but you know, that's not our forte, so to speak. Yes, we are 22 for 1. Score update, we're 22 for 1. Pakistan settling things down a little bit. Pakistan's batting currently. And Azhar Ali is at strike. He's got a single, so that's 21. 21. That's a good question. I don't know. Good morning, Mitch. AJ Sandy B. Yeah, it's 23 right now. 23 for 1. And Jimmy Anderson's on the second ball of the 9th over. Dot right there. Abid is currently on strike. Abid is currently on strike. And, you know, Azhar also came in, and after losing a quick wicket, Masood lost his wicket relatively quickly. You know, it was 6 for 1 at the time. Azhar Ali came in, he settled things down he's got 18 balls he's already seen, 18 deliveries. Abid's at 28. So they've settled down nicely. And again, if you can, I think it'll be a victory if you can get the score up to, you know, in the first session, above 50, you know. Obviously, you see that pitch. Yeah, I mean, they just showed the pitch, man, and there's a green pitch on there. They're talking about how it's probably dry underneath, and as it goes on, the pitch is going to deteriorate. So it might have been a good decision for Pakistan to bat first. But if Pakistan can get to, in the first session, above 50, 60, 70, and stay underneath 2 wickets, I think that'll be a real good first session for them. Jofra Archer is out, yes. Yes, baseball players do have spikes. They do, that was super close. They do have spikes on their cleats. And, a thing in baseball is when you're sliding into bases, at least in the past, you used to slide in cleats up. And to try to take guys out, it's not so much anymore. Because if you are sliding, you got to slide directly into the bag. If you try to slide wide to break up a double play, you'll get it won't count. You know what I mean? So, yeah, Ben Stokes is out too. Jofra Archer's out. 23 for 1. And we're through 9 overs. It looks like they're going to take a quick drink break. 23 for 1. Pakistan. Chat, always knowledgeable. Let me know that Ben Stokes, unfortunately, his father's ill, so he's out. And I guess the pitch isn't, or the conditions don't suit Archer, so they went with they switched it up. They went with Crawley. And we've seen Crawley play once in that series with the West Indies. Crawley can bat. Always up early. Yeah, Sandy B, we saw Extraction in April. Extraction was amazing. We did a review, or did I do a solo review on Extraction? I think we did a joint review, Nick and I, Born Reviews. I can't remember, but go check out our review on Born Reviews, man. It was a great movie. One of the best fight scenes I've seen in a movie in a long time. Action-packed. It was awesome. Chris Hemsworth, awesome. They're also telling Archer, you need to improve. That's funny. I mean, it's he does leak a lot of runs. And again, it's something he does need to work on. Ollie Robinson, substitute fielder. Who's he in for right now? I didn't see who they pulled out. Oh, Woakes. Oh, no. Nick would not like that. Captain America. Nick loves him some Chris Woakes, let me tell you. Yeah, we haven't checked out the Arkham, but we have seen Akhtar Bowl. He's a soldier, man. I love watching Akhtar Bowl. Guy was buff too. I appreciate that, rest. Maybe one day we'll see. Let's do every ground, speedball is not sufficing. Yeah, Archer does rely on his pace. Gotta work on maybe swing bowling a little bit more. But he's young, right? So he'll learn. Fawad Alam is making a comeback after 11 years? What's up, Zadux? What's up, bro? I gotta look up this guy. He's making a comeback after 11 years retired? That's insane. Woakes does look like he's coming back to the field. He does look a little bothered. Maybe he pulled something. Yeah, that was high. Manahar, what's up, Manahar? What's up, Rob? having a bathroom break before he's coming in the bowl. Oh boy. Come on, get to the boundary, get to the boundary. Seems like England always has fielders in the right position, and that's captaining, right? That's Joe Root. That is Joe Root as well. So 25 for 1, 25 for 1. Currently, we have Stuart Broad bowling. First game, 2009, scored 163, no out, and never played again due to politics. Wow, that's crazy. 163 no out, and he was out due to politics. I definitely gotta look this guy up. Fawad played 3 tests before politics. Interesting. I don't think I've ever heard of anything like that in American sports. I mean, politics does get guys buried sometimes in rosters. You know, they'll get traded off the team, but not just completely out of the game. That's crazy. Welcome. That's not the captain. Boylers doing their job by bowling to this field. Interesting. Here's Sam Curran. Now his brother, Nick and I got to see his brother play for the ODI team. His brother's pretty good too. Imagine that. Brothers, and they play both on the international team and on the ODI squad. That's pretty impressive. Fawad maybe has 3 to 5 years left in him. That's sad, but at least he's making a comeback, right? Season, but was ignored by the selectors. You know, selectors sometimes that makes me laugh, and I got to see a little bit of the process on the show, the test, right? Because they give you behind the curtain scene, right, of what goes on, and there's all these guys in there making choices and part of the selection committee. But politics definitely plays a role, man. The Curran's dad played for Zimbabwe. What's up, Master Blaster? What's up? Appreciate that. OAC fam in the house. Woo. Risky run there. Best, Sandy B wants to know the best captain I've seen so far between Pakistan, West Indies, and England. You know, it's funny because 27 for 1 now. Let me update the score. 27 for 1. It's funny because Nick and I mentioned that we're crushing these captains. They just seem to either make bad decisions or not play well. And you know, so far Joe Root's probably been the most successful captain that we've seen. He had a spell where I think he scored like 90-something runs one time. I mean, he's won most of the games. Definitely, I got to see something out of my West Indies squad and Jason Holder. He had 6 runs. He had a 5-fer as well. Not 6 runs, sorry. He had 6 wickets. He had a 5-fer as well. So he's played very well. I think Ali is probably the captain who I've seen the least out of. But as far as decision making, I think they've all made bad decisions. And maybe that just goes to, you know, how hard it is to be a captain. There's just so much responsibility. Right now, again, the score is 27 for 1. 27 for 1, and this is the last ball. Oh, is he putting saliva on that or sweat? Jimmy Anderson put something on the ball. I know that they mentioned somebody put saliva on the ball in the last game, and they ended up getting a warning for it. Kohli. We'll see what happens when we watch India. It just depends, you know. And dot. That's a dot. So still 27 for 1. 27 for 1. Unfortunately, you know, England is bowling well, but you know, Pakistan is doing what it's supposed to be doing right now. You know, top of the order is eating up deliveries, beating up that ball, making it easier. You know, I'd like to see it to honestly keep this partnership all through the first session. That way, by the time your best batsman comes up, that ball has been beat up and he can score some big runs. Wow, really? He's that good. Interesting. 3 Curran brothers, Sam, Tom, and Ben. And they all play cricket? That's impressive. Mitch. Later, Mitch. Captain England there. Yeah, that's Nick's boys. He can make the ball surface rough. Yeah, Stokes was captain as one for one match, but he lost that match as well, and he made a bad decision. Many England fans think by first and foremost leaving out Stuart Broad, right? He was part of the selection committee. Then I think he decided to bat first. I can't remember. He either decided to bat first or bowl first, but it was a bad decision. And of course, West Indies won that match. So again, Joe Root, for as much as Nick and I harp on him, has been the best captain we've seen thus far between all 3 teams. Nope. Nope. Come on. Ooh. Oh, so close. Ooh. Wow. They work on his defense. There we go. Come on, boundary, but no. Always somebody there. Frustrating. Wasim is the greatest bowler of all time. Wow, you definitely need to check out his video. Definitely have to check that out. Golden Knights won yesterday. I do not know. I watched the Yankee game yesterday. I helped Nick move. By the time I got back home, we waited till the sun goes down. Sun doesn't go down here in Vegas till like 6 o'clock, man, 7 o'clock. We didn't want to be packing that U-Haul with boxes while it was hot. So we helped him load the U-Haul, went to his new house, unloaded it. I got back around 8:30ish maybe, had dinner, you know, hung out with the wife for a minute. I was in bed by 10 because I knew I was going to be up. There we go, 30 for 1, baby. Come on. 30 for 1, much better. I'm enjoying the run rate right now. Abid Ali on strike right now, 13 for 41. Really doing a job so far. I like it. There's a 4. There's a 4. So 17 for 42. And the score is now 34 for 1. 34 for 1. And just as Michael Holden said, that's a good over for Pakistan. 7 runs in that over. Yeah, you know what? Chris Woakes doesn't look right. Remember, he said maybe he went on a bathroom break. Somebody said, I don't know. He looks a little gimpy. Who knows? Yunus Khan, he has over 10,009 runs in Test cricket. That's impressive. That's impressive. All right, Sam Curran right now. First ball of this over. And yes, more runs. More runs. That's at least got to be 2. All right, there we go. 36 for 1. 36 for 1. And we're in the 12th over, by the way, guys. 12th over. 36 for 1. 12th over. Cut. Yes, good start so far for Pakistan. I mean, the only thing that's disappointed me so far is that Masood went out so early. But that's okay. What's up with Anoon? What's going on? Enjoying the game so far? Azhar has a 100 in Test. Wow. Get back. That was a good Yorker, almost right at his toe, excuse me. Ooh. Current run rate 2.88. I'm just mentioning that because Nick loves his run rate. He goes back and watch this. He'll want me to mention that runway from time to time. These students will stay till lunch? Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm hoping to see them both there until I get off. Right now we're at 36 for 1. We are on the 13th over. Sam Curran has 2 balls left. And this delivery. Dot. Who do I like from Sam Curran and Tom Curran? You know what? I've seen a lot more out of Tom Curran. You know, Sam Curran, I think this is only the second time they've actually played him. Anu says, got money on Pakistan, but you know, England is England. That's funny. Sashin, you know, we're definitely gonna do Sashin. It's been a busy summer for us. We did the Dhoni movie, MS Dhoni. Check that out on Foreign Reviews. You know what I'm saying? Shameless plug. There's a little promotion. But we did that movie. That was a good film. We definitely will do Shaheen. What's that? Billion Dreams, right? You can check that out. There we go. Boundary. Thank you, Buttler. I'll take that 4. Just wide of Buttler, so I can't really be too hard on him, but I'll take it. 40 for 1. Woakes does not look right though, does he, guys? Somebody mentioned, man, you guys are such shrewd cricket watchers and observers. Somebody said right away when he came back down. Another drop. Oh, man. Oh, I'll take that. Woo. Woo. Look like England has the drops today. Who was that? That was Rory Burns. Woo! I'll take it. Oh, Burns. Yeah, they're missing Stokes now. Stokes has solid hands back there. Him and Joru got the best hands in the business. There we go, boundary. Oh my gosh, I guess not. Wow. He got there so quick. What they get off of that? Two. Tell me they got two. Only one run? Wow. Yeah. What do they got back there? 2 slips in the gully? 3 slips in the gully? You know, bad break for Woakes, but we'll take it. Pakistan surely dropped their share of balls, and as you guys have already told me, and apparently you're right, drops is a part of the game, right? So, drops is a part of the game. So England has at least 2 drop catches, you know, and you'd be shocked none of them were Buttler. None of them were Buttler. Alright. 41 for 1, 14th over. And we're now on the 15th over. Let me update the score. We are 41 for 1, 14th over so far. And it's drinks breaks, guys. Drinks breaks. Okay. Buttler is a good keeper. He just had an off day at the office. I don't know, AJ. He didn't look good in that West Indies series as well. Appreciate that. Yeah, Notorious G.I.G. Buttler looking good today. He does look good today. And I gave him some credit. I said, man, you know what? Looks like he worked on it. Looks like he worked on it, and that's all you can ask for athletes, you know what I mean? Go out there, improve every game, get better. Oh, the slip fielding, I mean, you have slip fielders because you're looking for edges, right? And sometimes they'll put 2 slips back there, 3 slips, you got the gully, of course. And it's I think it's probably one of the easiest, even though, again, that ball does come at you quicker, but it's probably one of the easiest positions to play. You just gotta have good hands, yeah? The Bronx is coming out of me, my accent's coming out of me, or the shirt? Yes, Stokes is being missed already. Slip is the hardest. Interesting. I think sitting point's the hardest. Man, I mean, come on. at Silly Point, you got that ball coming at you so quickly, and you almost making a decision between, am I gonna wear this ball or what? In the comment, let me know, what do you guys think? Is slip the hardest or Silly Point the hardest? Slips are very hard, okay. Slips concentration is key, and they put at pressure. Slip is the hardest, okay. England is cold, your fingers hurt, and slips. I can see that. I mean, but man, that ball comes at you so quickly in Silly Point, you know what I mean? You know what's funny, and this is in Dominican Republic, this is like the old, and I mean old, same thing, right? If you're playing in the infield, you gotta bare hand balls a lot or whatever. So what they'll do is they'll put their hands in vinegar to make it really tough, almost like construction workers' hands. You know what I'm saying? So that ball almost sticks to your hand when you go with them barehanded. It's like sandpaper. Did you guys ever hear about anything like that in cricket? Wicket, slip's not that hard. Point is used more often. City Point is rarely even used. Yeah, I know they don't use it that often, but I've seen it used plenty of times over. I mean, obviously it's not the defense you see all the time, but I wouldn't want to put on that helmet and play City Point. So Curran is back. His economy's been really good. He's only given up 4 runs, and he's bowling his third over. We used to do that. Yeah, you know, make your hands rough, and it's almost like sandpaper. You know what I mean? When that ball comes, it sticks in there. Yeah, you wanna you wanna really get those hands really rough, and you know, construction workers are really known to have those rough hands, and you know, chemicals, like I guess the acidity in it or whatever, it makes it really callousy, and you know, it doesn't hurt as much either once your hands are that rough. IPL is coming soon. I hope. Somebody said the IPL got delayed. I hope not. Are we still looking at September 18th? Eye-hand coordination, absolutely. Curran on his 4th ball right now. There we go. There's some runs. Of course, England has a fielder to hold it to a single, but I will take singles, right? Good morning, Don Antonio. Good to see you in here. Most difficult teams. Okay. More runs. Oh, missed fielding right there by Bess. That was risky. By Pakistan, but nice fielding. Kyrie Irving or Steph Curry? You know what? Kyrie Irving probably has some of the best handles in the game, but Steph Curry's just a winner, man. Steph Curry's just a winner. So I gotta go with Steph Curry. Plus I'm a little salty at Kyrie Irving because he chose Brooklyn over the Knicks. Yeah, please don't spam me. So CPL is coming August 18th. Okay, my bad. And I'll definitely be live streaming some CPL games as well. Obviously during the week, you guys know our schedule because we're teaching, so you know, a game here and there. But on the weekends, we're definitely all in, baby. All right, no spamming, man. No spamming. We're gonna have to put you in timeout. Alright, every fielding position needs a certain parameter to be fulfilled. Agreed. Ben Simmons or Joel Embiid? I think Joel Embiid is a dog, man. Ben Simmons can't shoot. Ben Simmons can't shoot. Ben Simmons cannot shoot, man. Choosing the Clippers over the Lakers. I mean, Nick was super upset about it too. Lakers or Clippers? I mean, that's so tough, man. That's so tough. The Lakers have a better squad, though, for sure. But the Clippers aren't far behind. But you can't go against LeBron. That's just so hard. And now that he's got a real good partnership with Anthony, I mean, it's gonna be so tough. Lakers all day, but Clippers are dead. No kidding. Yeah, I mean, it's tough. Yeah, that ball died on Buttler. The ball seems to be doing funny things today, huh? I've never seen a pitch that has green in it, actually. Now that I can think about it. Yep, Azhar's still batting. 38 balls, I love it. Azhar's still batting. Abid is batting. Abid seen 50 deliveries, 23 runs. That's the kind of... Oh, wow. Great play. Of course, good job, Jimmy Anderson. Very great defensive play. That would have gone through for at least 4. Am I going to do a live stream of baseball game? We were supposed to do a live stream of the Yankees Red Sox the first time they played. It's the biggest rivalry in baseball. And some family issues came up we had to deal with, so we weren't able to do it. That was actually my fault. But we definitely want to do one, absolutely. We definitely want to do one. We'll do one at some point. Yeah, Azhar was dropped. Azhar was dropped by Rory Burns, right? Yeah, well, we do respond to most of our messages on Patreon. Jimmy's a beast. Let's see upcoming Yankees game for sure. Absolutely, I'll have to stream a Yankees game. Maybe I'll even stream one this weekend. See what their matchup is. They're at home too, so it's impressive. What's up for now? Okay, the stream went quick there. I didn't get to see what you said. That went quick. We need this channel to learn about it. Okay, definitely. Maybe I'll have some time to stream one this week. I'll announce it so you guys know. The games normally start about 4. They're in New York, so 4 p.m. my time. I'm not sure what time that time would be, but we'd stream it, and then, you know, of course, if you guys can't make it live, it'll always be on there for you guys to go back and check out. Messi or Ronaldo? Woo! Ronaldo, man. I love Ronaldo. Ronaldo can play, man. Not that Lionel Messi can't, but Ronaldo. OKC versus the Rockets in the first round. You know what? That's so tough. Probably the Rockets, man. They have a lot of firepower. A lot of firepower. The Rockets are frustrating, though, man, because James Harden can be the best player in the NBA, but, man, he can just sometimes just completely drop the ball. Interesting. I think Nick still does. We downloaded the cricket game on the mobile, and I got spanked, man. I cannot win a game. Nick actually won a few games, so I haven't played in a while. Yeah, Harden is a monster, but not in the playoffs. His step back 3-pointer, it's a beautiful thing to watch. Suggestions for somebody starting to watch baseball. You know, this year specifically, you'll be able to. I think the thing in baseball that's the biggest difference is that it actually moves a little slower than chess, if you can believe it. And you have to understand how the scoring works in baseball. Every hit isn't a score. Okay, so you can hit a single and just get on first base. It's not, you know, as long as you don't cross home plate and go all the way around the horn, so to speak, you don't score. So that's the first thing. And again, watch the nuances. Ooh, look at that. That's what I mean. Look at Joe's hands. Ooh, that thing bounced, but man, such great hands. Bounced it, but look at that. Great hands. Look at the fielding in baseball. That's probably my favorite part, you know, pitching and fielding. Watching a double play is so pretty. And didn't carry, but I'm not saying great hands. Yeah, real quick at 20, I think that's what we downloaded. It is super hard. Yeah, baseball has 9 innings. 9 innings. There's a top and a bottom of the inning. So the top of the inning, if you're the home team, you're pitching because you want to be at the bottom of the inning. You'll be batting, so you'll be able to have that last at bat at home. And yeah, every inning you switch from batting to pitching, batting to pitching. You know, top bottom. And again, it's you get 3 outs in the inning. You know, think of it as 3 wickets, but you get 3 outs each inning. And batters don't stay up there as long as the batters can. In cricket, you know, you get a hit, you get on base. You get walked, you get on base. Somebody hits you with the ball, you get on base. Otherwise, you get out by either striking out, grounding out, flying out, popping out. So it's actually it's a little simpler, I would say, than cricket, but obviously it'll take a little time for you guys to catch on. Yeah, we will live stream gameplay of what? Of us playing Real Cricket 20. Man, Nick would smack me. Plus, it's on our mobiles. I wouldn't even know how to upload that. What's MLC? I never heard of MLC. Is that Major League Cricket? All batsmen go into bat one after another. Like in cricket, yeah, all batsmen go in unless the 3 outs are made in the inning, but it's one after another. There's no batting partnership, or bowling partnership, I should say, either. It's just, one batter at a time, one pitcher at a time. Ooh, that hurt. Oh, B. Ooh. Hit him in the jewels. Oh. Painful, very painful. Yeah, no, that was way too high to be a wicket. Sorry about that. Score is 44 for 1. Let me update that score. And we are in the 18th over. That does not feel good. Barbados. Rip for his future kids. Oh, you guys are brutal. Listen, I've taken some off of the ground because I used to catch. That was my position in baseball. And even with the cup, oh gosh, does it hurt. Brutal. He has kids. Good for him, because after that he may not have any more. The pitcher bats only in the National League, but this year they changed the rule. They augmented the rule, so there's a DH, which is called a designated hitter in both leagues. So there's a hitter that hits in place of the pitcher. Only this year. Yeah, Masood got out, Don Antonio, super early. It was disappointing. I think he had only seen, 5 deliveries? Or maybe he had seen, maybe in the second over. In the family jewels. Yeah, if you get hit in baseball, you take first base. You get the base awarded to you. So there's actually a penalty for a pitcher hitting you. You take the ball. Now, if a pitcher hits you intentionally, and they know you've been warned, you can get kicked out of the game. In baseball, yeah, there's something called a shift, where they shift all the defense to the left side of the field or the right side of the field, depending if you're a right-handed or left-handed hitter, because more than likely you're going to pull the ball. England bowling. I think Broad and Anderson may retire in a year or two. I'm not sure they're grooming fast bowlers to replace them. Everybody, why would, I mean, is Anderson just unusual, the fact that he's bowling this well at 38? Because Broad is only 34. So I would think Broad has a few more years than Anderson. Yeah, Anderson, you don't see any players playing at 40, but I would say Broad still has some time, right? And as far as them grooming some fast bowlers, that's probably why Archer's on this team, because he's a fast bowler, he's a pace bowler. So obviously you have Anderson. I think where England's really lacking is a really good, very good spin bowler. I mean, Bess is okay, Don Bess is okay, but he leaks a lot of runs. A lot of runs. Bowlers generally retire at 37. Oh, so Jimmy Anderson's exception to the rule. I see. 38 is really rare. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I in baseball, pitchers normally last into their late 30s. You don't really see too many pitchers go to their 40s. Their arms just fall off. There's a couple, 40-year-olds out there, but you don't really see too many of them. Archer, Woakes, Wood are decent. Oh yeah, Captain of England. That's Nick's boy right there. Monin Ali. Does he play for Pakistan or does he play for England? Because I've never seen him play. So, we are on Sam Curran's 4th ball of this 19th over. All-rounder for England. Okay, he's an all-rounder for England. I saw him in the ODIs. Okay. Oh yeah, I did. I remember he has that beard. Yeah. You're right. He's not on the test squad though. Runs. There we go. Finally, all the way for boundary. What is with this field? It's like quicksand out there. Jeez. Let me update the score. 48 for 1. 19th over. Yankees won 2 in a row. Yeah, the Yankees started off really good this year. They were like 9-1, and then they had a few injuries. They were playing away from home, which you don't think it makes a big deal, but when you're moving from city to city, especially in this COVID era where you're not going anywhere, so you're sleeping in, you're basically going from the ballpark to the hotel. It's tough. So they're at home now, which is good. Boycott retired from FC at age 45. Holy cow. Yeah, we've had a couple of very old baseball players, but you don't see guys go longer than 41, 42. Tom Brady's doing something. I think Brady's 41 this year. It's unheard of playing football at that age. There we go. Some more runs. 49 for 1. That was pretty good over there. Pretty good over for Pakistan. I'll take it. Interference. Yeah, I always say that. Interference, a batter called out. I've seen a lot of plays here where I feel like, man, in baseball that would be called interference, and you don't see that. So the 19th over is complete. 19th over is complete. Pakistan is up 44 for 1. Well, thanks for joining the stream. Cap threw his cap away. Oh, Nick's gonna love that. Nick's gonna love that pun. 49 for 1. Oops, sorry. 49 for 1. Forgot about that last single. But let's say that's 50. 50 for 1. 10. It's at 19th over right now. Yeah, all 9 can hit several times, correct. That's the difference too. Just because you get out one time in baseball, eventually your spot in the lineup will come again. So you hit usually 3 to 4 times in a baseball game. So you get multiple opportunities. Jimmy Anderson is built different, just like LeBron James is built different. Yeah, I didn't realize how rare it was for him to be bowling at 38 and still bowling so well. Come on. Go. Oh, you could have got 2 there. All right. Why not? Be safe. Good call. Good call. It's a James thing. King James and James Anderson. Anderson isn't too hard on his body. Yeah, his action looks very smooth. Honestly, my favorite bowler, I think, just watching his action, that's why he's often so injured, and that's Gabriel from the West Indies. You know what I mean? There's so much violence in his delivery, you know what I mean? It's very hard, and that's why he's able to get that speed so high but at the same time, you can tell it's going to take a toll on his knees and his back. Oh yeah, Ali Pope has actually put up some really good innings before. You've seen him bat. He's nice. Abid is looking good so far. I don't want to jinx him, but that's, look at that, 29 for 63. That is a perfect test rate right there. Can I please remind you, Nick, about the 2005 Ashes? Absolutely. I will say we recorded a few videos for the other channel because he'll be moving all weekend. Ooh. Really good ball there. So I doubt we get to anything this weekend, which is why I'm like, maybe I'll jump and do that baseball streak as well. But definitely. Thoughts on Archer not playing? I was shocked Archer's not playing, especially because Ben Stokes isn't there. And again, you need a guy that can get wickets. Yes, Archer gives up runs, but he also has the ability to get wickets. And he has the ability to really unnerve people. We said even though Stuart Broad is probably the best bowler we've seen on all our test matches, Yasir, I would say on Pakistan's probably the second bowler. These guys get wickets in bunches. Even Gabriel, I'll stand against any of those guys. I don't want any parts of Archer. That guy could take your head off, man. And you need that guy that makes you uncomfortable. Jimmy's back in. 600 wickets this test match. Will Jimmy get 600 wickets this test match? Well, he might, because just on the fact that there's no Archer and no Stokes, so they got to depend on somebody else to get wickets other than Broad, right? Broad and Woakes, yeah, you're gonna need somebody else. Babar is 70 runs away from 2,000 runs. Oh my, let's not jinx him then. Thank you, Shabdul. We'll definitely check that out. Archer's pace drastically fell down from 145 to 138. In baseball, when a guy dramatically loses speed like that, right? They lose miles per hour on their fastball, 4 or 5 miles per hour on their fastball. Usually it's two things, either an injury or mechanics. And sometimes bad mechanics can lead to an injury. So he may have just bad mechanics, they're trying to clean that up, or maybe he's injured already and he's just not saying anything. Young players tend to play through injuries because you don't want to get dropped, you know what I'm saying? A.B. de Villiers fastest. You know what? We've done 2 A.B. de Villiers videos and they both got claimed, man. Like, one of them was instantly. So we try to stay away from him. For whatever reason, all the A.B. de Villiers stuff out there is whoosh, it's tough. It's inspired by his father, Chris Broad, match referee for use of offensive language in the first match. Hashtag who wants to